Alrighty, I am back with some more blueprints, and I still have no idea what I'm doing. I did watch a tiny bit of my playthrough from the third day, but honestly, I haven't picked up a lot. Are we actually live? I'm looking at the live tab and I don't see it yet, so there we go. Let's just put you in a playlist. Yeah, the only thing I got out of my viewing of the previous video is that I saw in the weights room that yes, there were ducks in there before I activated the power, and there were ducks in there on the previous run. That's all I really learned, unfortunately. Let me just bring up the YouTube stream, make sure everything's good. And let's get going with day 11. As always, I don't think I'm making much progress, but I know I am, but it's all very randomized as to how much progress I can actually make on any given day. There are definitely things I can do to improve my odds, but I need to learn what those things are. Excuse me. Alright, goal for today. I really want to find the office. I want to find that damn office so I can read that electronic mail, or email as we kids call it. We have an allowance, which I saw at the very end of the previous stream. Good morning, it's come to my attention, blah blah blah, and Babbage, yep, okay, fine. You could give me a lot more than 1 gold coin, just saying. Alright, so I think I will burn the 6 steps and craft an outside room. I think we've only seen 3 at this point. Namely the shelter, the tool shed, and the old schoolroom, or whatever it was called. What was it called? The schoolhouse. I've seen a shrine, a tomb, a root cellar, and a shop of some sort. And if I've got my allowance, then I can just burn it here, perhaps. The shrine. A sacred silence permeates this candlelit cavern, whose flickering light adds to the holy aura shining down upon a meditative statue. His stone hands present forth a stone bowl to the devout pilgrim, who may wish to make an offering of gold. The other thing I would like to do as I'm going through the rooms is look up and see where the ducts are located. I think I just got very lucky with the lab last time that it was next to the weights room and also the boiler room, and we activated the power. Making an offering of gold may result in the bestowal of a beneficial blessing that will last for several days. I have received the blessing of the dancer. While drafting, you may pay gems to spin floor plans. No thank you. Unless I get stuck and I'm forced to. That shows up on the right there. I'm assuming that if I go back in there and overwrite it with something else, it'll overwrite here. I don't know. Alright, so let's do it again. I don't see ducks. Not in here either. I wonder if the ducks are exclusive to the red rooms. We saw them in the lab as well. I don't know. I don't know how they work. What I do know is I'm very smart and I've not failed any of these yet. The gems are in the white box. Could be true, could be false. Statements with the word white are always true. So let's pretend that's a true statement. That means that's a true statement. 2 true boxes. The statement on the white box is true, so that can't be true. Because that's telling me that this box tells the truth and that box tells the truth, which means that box is false. The gems are in the white box. That could be true. The statement on the white box is true. No, the statement on the white box is false, which means that's a true statement, which means the gems are in here. I hope. How does he do it, chat? How does he do it? It's honestly mind-blowing when you think about it. I'm looking for anything on the floors. That's a dead end. Let's do the storeroom. I really need to go back and see what we saw in the study, because it was implied that there were 2 copies of every painting. So I'm certain that's not true. No ducks in here. Let's go for the den. Just quietly, I would love the garage. That would solve all of my key problems immediately. Okay. It will cut me off there, but I can go right. And I can always go back to the entrance hall. So I believe we're going to have ducks in here, correct? Yeah, we do. Look at that. But what's the purpose? We can absolutely play with that if we've used the utility box, or whatever it's called, the utility closet, to open this up, and that gets us out onto the west wing, which is actually a very quick, easy way of getting into the outer room and crafting that instead of burning 6 steps at the very start. Yeah, we've seen that. I question whether we can power this room, whether that would do anything else. That is on my list of thoughts that I've got. Let's go for the spare room. See, that or pantry. We can go back to the stars and go up, so let's do the pantry. I want the observatory. That's pointing me in the wrong direction, but I think it is actually worth it. So 3 stars now, which is 3 steps. I mean, I would take it, but I don't know. If it's just progressively going up and that's it, then that feels a bit disappointing. Like, I feel like we can get multiple of these instead of, you know, just progressively going up by 1 every time. Right, so I really need to be able to go north, and I can't. Rotate. Yeah, I'll burn a gem on that. God, okay, that was not fantastic, but okay. Let's go for the hallway. Just, I've got 1 gem left. I thought it was redraw. Damn. I'll go for the spare room there. I've seen that if I can draft these now, then again, do I want to draft them now? Let's go for the wine cellar. That's huge, but I really need the gems. I really, really need the gems, and I want to see if this Roman numeral changes. No, that's still 1,213. That has not changed. Right, that unfortunately cuts off the entrance hall at the start. You can still go right though and craft some low-level rooms if needed. Steps are not really my concern at the moment, so I just want to make discoveries. I'm going to go for the corridor, but I don't feel good about it. Haven't found anything to pick up. The pool is new. Okay, let's go with that. We could potentially do that and get the running shoes, but I have not crafted a pool. Adds a locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Oh wow, so we need to craft that first, and then we get the other rooms. Also, I realize I've not been looking up. New room. The pool, an indoor Ornadian, I think that's a correct pronunciation, pool, was one of the more modern additions to the estate, the inclusion of which provided a convenient excuse for building a handful of other rooms, which not only complement an indoor pool, but are often compulsory inclusions, such as a locker room, sauna, and pump room. We could potentially drain this with a pump. We're straight up the middle, aren't we? Yeah, I've got to go left. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day, unless otherwise stated. Good to know. No running. I'm totally running, chat. I can't go that way. I've got a feeling there's something there, but we're going to need to drain the pool to figure out what it is and get to it somehow. The study's a dead end. The commissar, however the fuck you pronounce that, is going to lead north. Unfortunately, I think that's my only real choice. Take me left, I want to go around. The rumpus room is very interesting, but I'm going to go for the library. I feel like we are too far north, if that makes sense. Swan Song or Swimbird, I think the book was called. I'll take a look at that in just a moment. I can't imagine that going up here is going to do anything useful, but I'm just checking to see if there are any items up here. I would love to be able to reread the red letter. But I don't appear to be able to select this. Nothing new. Okay, let's check out this book. Swimbird by Marion Marigold, who I have not drawn the family tree yet, so I don't know who she is, but we are related to her. Checked out by Herbert S. Sinclair and Mrs. Peterson a couple of times. Simon, me as a kid, I assume. Anne Babbage, and then earlier this year, Detective Bon Margle. That's interesting. Just typing something into chat there. Alright, Swimbird by Marion Marigold, Ruffington, Red Publishing, 1985. I am a dare bird, a daring and brave bird, diving so deep bird, a ride on the wave bird. There is not a dare I would not do. There is not a depth I would not dive to. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. Bird in the sky, not in the sea. That is what they say when looking at me. You are not seabird. You are not swimbird. If you are friend bird, fly in the wind, bird. And shouldn't you always listen to friends? For they know me best. Or so they pretend. So I dare not dive, and I dare not swim, and I dare not step foot in the ocean again. And I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh, but they will do it for me, and on my behalf. And I dare not dream, and I dare not speak, but maybe my friends won't like the real me. And so I will say goodbye to my dreams in the sea and wonder why daring feels just like defeat. This is depressing as hell. Swim Carcass has just chosen this moment to join the chat and says, Swimbird's so sad, I agree. I'm thinking about the Red Prince and how the newspaper article said that was sort of like an allegory to the Red Guard or whatever other political events were occurring. And I do wonder if this is supposed to be an allegory for that as well. We did just pass by a pool though, and I do wonder, I mean, diving into an ocean, we don't have an ocean nearby. I think we might have a body of water nearby, but I don't know how to get down there. But we certainly have a body of water that we just passed by here. If I can drain it, maybe that does something, I don't know. Right, burning through my keys. The hell? 8 items in the attic, holy crap. I'm going to craft the music room because I've never been there before and we have been to the study. And I don't really want to spend gems because I can do that to rotate them and that's already bad enough. Let's go with that. I'm out of gems now, so I need to go back to the stars. I am in the music room. A small recital hall providing an ideal setup for musical performers and accompanists. it is not uncommon for at least a few recitals and performances to be held in this intimate setting each year. Oh, come on. I do play the drums, Chaz. I'm depressed that I can't play that. Well, by play the drums, I mean I hit them occasionally. I can't really, play them, but you know what I'm trying to say. Why is that C's a different color? No, does it feel like that? Never mind. I get my key back at least. You found the prism key. If you unlock a door with a prism key in a green room, hallway, bedroom, red room, or shop, it will draw floor plans of that same color. We don't have any at the moment, so I'd have to go all the way back down here and start again. And then if we find, say, a hallway, and then draw a room or unlock a door, then that's going to result in a blueprint of a similar color. Play me a C chord on the drums? No. That is something I cannot do. What's that? I wish I had my magnifying glass. Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Alright, so you're all getting screenshotted. I'm going to be here a while. Alright, find here within these first words sung the key you seek in major tongue. But half the sheets are missing from the four you hold, the rest far flung. A half note held is quite the pun. It is indeed. Among this scattered symphony, a message hidden beneath the keys. In bold words sung by you and me, a fractured note, an urgent plea. In bold words sung, I do repeat. The ones of you who oft assume that you alone can solve this tune are likely going to get your due, and all the rage that will ensue while working on this simple clue. This game's getting self-referential. While pages lined with melodies to hide the words we've come to seek, and from our choice among all these, we write down one that seems to be the loudest type with ink that bleeds. I mean, from everything that I've seen, it's just going to be the bold words, correct? Sorry, just getting things organized on my side. My folder is here. There are a shitload of screenshots here. I don't think I need all of these. I think I just need the bold words parts. I don't think it would hurt to bring all this stuff in just in case. The game's like, no, you need to actually look at the musical notes at some point in the future. So I can totally read that, but I can't visualize it. I used to know music, but I don't anymore. Yeah, I figured there were 8. There could be more. If there are, then I'll rearrange them. Alright, so first words. First words on the so that says first words on the sheets, something, something, message. So Find among the whites. Hello. That says find among the white trees something, something, stones. That's what the sheet is saying. Find among the white trees something, something, stones. I haven't found what these two words are yet, but I think it's very obvious that it's saying, look at the first word of the sheet music and spell it out. White trees. I don't know where that might be or what it might represent. Don't know yet. Okay, that's something to start with, I guess. Some sort of progression for today at least. What I'd really like though is this damn office, but I can't craft it because... oh... damn it. Damn it. Don't have gems. Spreads keys throughout the house. Alright, let's go for the dining room just so I can go south. Once again, not paying enough attention to the ceiling. We are not on the 8th rank, so we cannot eat our succulent Chinese meal or whatever we got for tonight. The white trees. Okay, so... we don't have any of these, but it's given me the options, so I will look at it. The key does not fit. Makes sense, I suppose. Come. I'll take the gym if I need to get that last room. Plus, hopefully, maybe... no, we don't get the running shoes. I don't see ducks in here. So we're going to lose a lot of steps here, which is unfortunate, but I think it's okay. Excuse me? Give me utility closet right now. Damn it. Food for sale? No, let's go for the boudoir. I don't think there was any real need to come in here because we didn't get any steps for that. We've got a safe, which I still don't know how to open. Swim carcass tonight is sausages. That's what you reckon. Unfortunately, due to the layout of this place, I've got to go all the way back to the pool now, and I don't think we're going to survive long enough to determine what is being served tonight. I wish I had another coin so I could purchase that shovel. We have a pool. Again, the key is not going to fit. I think I'll take the lockpick. I don't actually have to take it, I can just do that and then leave. In fact, I think I will. I don't need to go in there. But going back to the stars, do I want to pass by the garage? It's 2 steps out of the way, I think I will. I'm annoyed though that I've passed on... well, I couldn't craft the locker room, but I've passed on the sauna. Hello. Alright, so I'm going to screenshot that. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south side of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cast will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payments ready. It says to insert it into one of the state terminals or estate terminals, so I wonder if that always spawns. If so, that's fairly huge. I don't think we can drive this. I can't open that up, so we can't figure out for certain, but I don't believe we'll be able to drive it out of here. What I would love, though, is the ability to craft one of these rooms. Doesn't matter which. Alright, so let's see how the game trolls me here. Am I going to get railroaded into a dead end immediately? Almost. Bugger me. Wow. Ducks. Oh, this thing requires power, doesn't it? Oh, that sucks. That royally sucks. The pump room. This facility, dedicated to the filtration and flow of water throughout the estate, houses 5 water pumps and 3 oversized tanks. The pump room can be utilized for a number of maintenance tasks, from draining the pool to activating the sprinkler system. Yeah, this requires power. That's a duct. But nothing's going to operate here until... Come on. Until this thing is powered. Oh, that sucks. Alright, just looking at my notes. The fountain's full, the reservoir's full, the aquarium's full. Nothing in the kitchen. You can flood the kitchen? Really? Nothing in the greenhouse. So these are not the notes that I'm looking for, but just looking at that. This room controls the water level throughout the rooms in the estate and can interact directly with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other things. The fountain and the reservoir look most interesting. Where was the thing that I screenshotted yesterday? Or the day before, not that. So we press a button for the water source we'd like to adjust. After you have selected a source, the next step is to pump the water or set the pump. If we put it up, it goes towards the tank. If we put it down, it goes to the selected source. The pump might be connected to more than one tank, allowing you to restore and retrieve. So the tank a pump is using can be changed by a simple flip of a switch. I don't think any of this will work though, because we don't have power. So we have 3 tanks. Where was the horizontal switch? Yeah, the duct coming down here means this needs to be powered before it's going to work. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get it. I can't do the courtyard. I'll go for the bedrooms, keep the run going. I'm not saying this horizontal switch. I'm not saying that. Tank switch. Am I just blind? No, hang on, it's over there. Whoa. Something just happened. You know what I'm trying to do? Or at least I think you do. We don't have much in these storage reservoirs, but I feel like we should be able to store more. Like, what I want to do is drain this one. I say... And now if I do this, that may be enough to drain the pool. It will not be enough to drain the fountain. I suspect I need access for that, which that one probably requires, well, that will require the use of the power, which we don't have. Sally, how you doing, dude? But not understanding the purpose of this just yet. The pool is not drained. What am I trying to do here? Look at my notes on the other screen. Next step is to set the pump associated with that source to pump either in or out. To the selected source. I mean, I think we're clearly seeing that that's not what I want to do, but okay. Why did it do that? I can't imagine that would be like the kitchen pump. Oh god, what is this? That doesn't tell me much that I don't already know. Pump control panel, water source selection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's telling me the 4 is directly connected to the third pump. So that is a thing. So if I wanted to drain the pool, which is 6. I would have to drain it out of 6. and then put it into 5 or 3 perhaps, but those are pretty full. I just wish there was a way we could transfer directly from one tank to another, but I don't see how that's possible. Tank 2 looks like it is exclusively for 4. 1 and 2 are connected to either though, using the pump 2 tank switch. Surely I can do something with that. Like the reserve tank, or how the hell do we use that? That's got to be something, but I don't see any way of controlling it other than through this. And then I don't see the lever selectors or flow direction or anything else. The pool has been lowered. Oh no, I can't get back there. We don't have the amount of steps. That'll bring me down to 13. Let me try and think this through. Is there a way I can transfer the water to the other tank? I don't believe there is, but let me have a look. What if I do this? That's just taking it from the kitchen. It's like this one here can store water from either the first or second, which will be the fountain or the reservoir. That's all I really get out of that. Okay, hang on. So that contains water from the pool. If I take water from the fountain and direct it into the right-hand tank, here we go. And then switch this. This moves the water from the pool back into the fountain. Now if I do this, that will drain the pool. I really wish I knew a way of getting this online which didn't involve the boiler room. That's... Do I go back now? I don't know. I'm going to run into a dead end if I go back now. I know that for a fact. Whereas maybe, just maybe, I won't run into a dead end immediately if I go this way. Where's my sledgehammer? 3 lock trunks. Alright, well, we're boned. That's the run done, unless we're going to get something in the crapper. Missed out on a sauna and the locker room twice because I didn't have the gems. And yes, I felt like it got off to a very good start. I just realized I could have opened this, although no, I couldn't have done that because I'd already fiddled with the blueprints, so I didn't have a choice. Yeah, that would have been useful a long time ago, game. I gotta pass by the commissary, or however you pronounce that fucking word. I don't think there's anything we can pick up though that will help. Well, I know there's nothing we can pick up that will help. Can't go that way, that's now blocked off. Ah, this sucks. I don't know whether we get to keep the upgrade disc or not. I hope we do. But it's in our inventory. It's not going to carry over. I know it's not going to carry over. Oh, wow. So if we can drain the pool, we get a lot of money. Also, I've just realized something. I know the right call here is the prism key, but at the same time, I think the upgrade disc is incredibly important. We keep that for a bit longer. If I can get that along with a room on the next run, then I can retrieve that and maybe that will help. Nothing here helps and I know it. I think I will purchase that though, because I just want to see something very quickly. Just wanted to see if maybe it goes off in one of these existing rooms, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Which is telling me that the metal detector spawns new things when we enter a room for the first time, but if we go back into existing rooms, it doesn't do anything. And that's what I get out of that. Okay, well, if we see any... Didn't mean to do that, sorry. If we see any white trees, I need to pay attention. I wish I had that sauna. Okay, the gems are in the black box. We don't know. Alright, so I'm probably going to fail this one. The gems are in a box with the statements. Oh god. Let's pretend this one is true. That means that one is also true. That box can be false, but we don't know. Given that it's not saying anything that's true or false, demonstratively, I don't think we can determine that one. So let's say that this one is true. The gems are in a box with the statements. Gems in the black box. If that's true, then that could be true or false. We don't know. Or it could be in that one. What if I said false? Let's say that that's false. The gems are in the box with a statement. That's false. Gems are in the black box. That is a statement, which means the gems are not in this box. And also the gems are not in the black box, which means the gems will be in there. This one I don't know about. Let's say that's false. The gems are in the black box. That's a false statement. Gems in a box with a statement. That's true or false, in which case true means they're in the black box. False means they're in the white box. How the hell do I determine what's what? Gems in a black box. True or false? You can say that's true. The gems in a box with a statement that supports the fact that they're in a black box, and then that one's false. That is all demonstrably true, and whatever else, that works. If you say that one's true, that could be true, and that could be false, which means the gems are in here. I don't know. I'm going to say they're in the blue box, but I could be entirely wrong. Yeah, I don't know whether the clue to that one is to just exclude that box because we can't determine whether it's true or false or not. That one I do not fully understand. That's half moon symbol again. I don't have the upgrade disc yet, but I don't mind. Yeah, this room's powered as well. I wish I could really pay attention and start making notes on which rooms are powered and which rooms are not. Because I really do think that I unlocked the Grosso by accident. So the office will let us spread gold. I don't know whether that just does it in the rooms that we've been in which case we're very, very rich very, very quickly, or whether it's also spreading it out elsewhere. That's something I will test on a later run, I think. So I can definitely go into the shelter and run the... I can run the radiation test, I'm not sure why. Or I can do this, which will let me run an experiment, which could be a game changer. Hopefully I'll find some apples. If power is lost. I haven't figured that out yet either, how to cut the power. To me, this place seems very unpowered to begin with. Oh, look at that. Okay, hang on. I thought I tried this last time on the previous stream, but I got hosed. This mode determines the default setting the security doors will be set to if power is lost. I don't think I found security on the previous run where we ran into that door where I'd flip the breaker, so I think I will flip the breaker here, but that's maybe a bad call. Like, this hosed me last time and I'm not sure why. And I still don't know what to do here. Gymnasium, let's turn that off. Garage, let's turn that on. Dark room, it doesn't matter. It seems that if I select all of them as green, that's where the game starts playing silly buggers. I've got to really watch my footage and figure that out. Okay. None of those are great. The red rooms are the worst because they typically come with disadvantages. I've literally just crafted the lab or accessed the lab computer. Patio, I think I will craft the patio. I mean, I know we're not going to find anything useful in the lab. Actually, we could find the keycard in the lab. If I'm lucky. That said, I've disabled security now, I think. So if I find it, it's not all that useful and I don't see it in here. We have no power today, so I can't do anything with this. That has not changed. You've seen the freezer though. So I've not crafted this. Fuck. I'm gonna go for the closet and then go back. There's a freaking missile detector in the closet. I'll take it. So I've got two rooms where I can plug the computer disk. And they're both right next to each other. Very helpful, very cool. Spare room. Looking for anything I can pick up that I might have missed. Alright, so going up the right hand side. Yeah, so we see something additional in here now, and I believe that's only spawned. Has that always been in here? What's the significance of that? Oh shit! I need to pay more attention. I believe one of those objects only spawned, namely the shovel, because we have the missile detector. I could be wrong though. I'm frequently wrong on many things. Fuck you. One gem short. One lousy gem short. Thank you. Some more apples will be lovely, just saying. Yeah, the metal detector didn't go off because it didn't pick up that gem. Actually, I think it only picks up keys and... No, but it seems to pick up the shovel, so... I don't know how this thing works. All of that is terrible. Let's do that and never enter. That gets it out of the pool though, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, I know that's the best play. I reckon they're only spawning because I'm holding the metal detector. A green room would be nice. I don't want to go that because again, I want the office. Let's go for the East Wing Hall. That gives me a chance to see if things go south here. I'm going to go for the billiard room. That may be picking something up in the chapel. Alright, so I have to go into the chapel. Damn. Don't know if it'll be a coin, in which case I'm just wasting steps, or maybe a key. Alright, my notes. My notes. Lewis ad. Not that. Anything but that. Alright, so... Nani? No, purple is multiply. 4 multiplied by 5 is 20. 20... Subtract 10. Divided by 5 is 2. 12 subtract 4 is 8. Divided by 16 is... That doesn't make sense. What am I doing? Dimdas? So how do you multiply and divide first, chat? So I don't know about this. Let's try 12, take 4. That's 8. Multiply by 2, that's 16. Divided by 16, that is 1. Helpful, but I prefer a gem, just saying. I think I will burn those steps. Let's bring OBS back up. So we lose a coin here. But we get to steal from the church, and that's, you know, always a good thing. We're about to start running to the locked doors, I think, on the east wing. But I have a shovel. I would love a courtyard. I am rich. Yeah, I'll do it. The thing is, we should be getting green rooms all over the place. I'm going for the wine cellar. This may kill the run, but I'm going for it. That is something that the book specifically mentioned, that you should probably always go for the wine cellar if you see it, because that is a lot of gems. The, whatchamacallit, the metal detector did not go off on that. I thought they went off for other gems, but I'm assuming those are the 3 standard gems you get when you enter the room, so it didn't go off for that. The boiler room. I can still re-roll the floor plans. I'll do it. So how switched on is this thing at the moment? Just got to do that. That was similar to last time. The weights room is the correct plan, I know it. And it sucks. But I don't mind. I just want to find the office and or the code check. Oh boy. I'll go for that, but I won't answer just yet. Office, please. Give me an office. I'll go for the Nook. The other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to make a mad dash north and just see. I haven't seen any trunks. I'll take the running shoes though. I'd like to make a mad dash north and see if I can find a keycard door. Because I think with security the way it's set, I believe that we can get through it. Even with no keycard. Gotta go for it. We lose the last gem, or one of the 2 gems, whatever. Which means if I get a office now, I'm gonna be terribly upset. Give me an apple, please. That's useful. Coin next to the dig spot. Trunk. Sledgehammer will come in very handy for that. Yeah, let's grab the sledgehammer. Anything nice? No, give me some jams. It's gonna give me the office now, correct? I know it's gonna give me the office. It's a long way back. We can't go back for it. I'll be down to about 10 steps. Yes, I've got the running shoes, but that really won't help. I may as well craft the garage, or actually let's craft the terrace. I don't know if I've crafted this before. This might be new. That is new. Terrace. A terrace balcony overlooking the grounds, providing an ideal spot for appreciating all the verdure and greenery that the estate offers. Is it verdure or ver something? I don't know. That unfortunately is not an apple. The outer room is directly ahead. Right, at this point I need to go to the Nook and hope for the best and re-roll if it all goes south. See, that picked up the key, but there's something else in here. Where? That's very well hidden, holy shit. I know this is a bad mistake, but I'll do it. I could have had it there, but I can get it next run, it's fine. Another apple. Huge. Huge. Alright, so we have seen Swimbird, which was a very depressing read. We've seen those two. Let's just work from the top to the bottom. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I really would try and... use my words. I'd love to make a mad dash north. I've got the keys. What? Am I making a huge mistake putting this here? Possibly. Got 4 exits. Oh, it doesn't, never mind. Foundation, the cornerstone of the house, unvarying and unchanging. The foundation is one of the only constants in the estate on which you can truly rely. This natural cavity was hollowed directly out of the mountain itself, with its stone and earth walls displaying an underlying coarseness that the rest of the mansion conceals. That's not going to move. Is putting that there an extremely bad idea? Maybe. But that's why I'm playing blind. We have an elevator here. Do we have power? I think that looks like a structural support column and not a power column. I mean, that looks like an elevator to me. That is an elevator. I just want to see some keycard doors. At this point, I think we can give up on the office. It's still drained? Okay, the pump room is a permanent. Which means I really want to drain the fountain now. Shit, okay. Green room, please. Me green room. Okay, I can't do that. Chucky, how you doing? I did indeed. And, yeah. So what that says is if we find the utility... Assuming this works, if we find the utility closet and then turn the power off, and if that works, then if we set it to high, then that's actually why you'd want to set it to high, I guess. Okay. Let's do that. I cannot go back for it because we don't have time. No idea what we're getting. Don't be a furnace. Fucking hell. Okay, does this work? It does. Huh. Alright, so that is how we can get through the keycard doors. No, I definitely set it to low on this run. I saw that there, I set it to low, then I went down, and I immediately realized, hang on a second, that's how it works. On the previous run, what I did is I did not disable them there. Hang on, what did I do on the previous run? No, I disabled it here, but I did not set it to unlocked there. That was still locked. So you've got to go in there, you've got to set it to low, medium or high. But if you set it to unlocked, and you also find that, then you can disable them entirely. So really you want to set it to unlocked and high. If you find a utility closet, that works. But if you don't, then you've got to find the keycard or else you're screwed. Is there anything else I can do here? I don't believe there's any point going back to the boiler room and trying to redirect power to the north. The power is being redirected towards the weight room, I believe. It's not finding its way up here. I think the rooms have to be closely connected for this to work, which sucks. So, Shaki, how you doing, dude? Thank you for dropping in. There's my voice. The pool is currently drained. I don't know how to get water into the reserve tank, and I don't know if it's going to be possible. The aquarium. I did not make that. I passed by that. The kitchen. I did not make that. Let's go in here and see what else we can do. That's huge. If we set the amount of doors to high and then are able to take out the power, right, we're going for that. No, we're not. Never mind. Then we can make good progress on the final ranks. Hello. That would have been very handy to have one moment ago, game. Thank you. That's not changed. I want to go in there. I mean, the run's basically dead anyway, but I can go back to the pool and the foundation and check out those other two rooms. I've not been in the laundry room yet. The laundry room. A standard hub of domestic toil complete with washers, dryers, and a state-of-the-art steam-powered units, which probably isn't powered, leveraging the newly installed steam ducts leading from the boiler room. Despite its innocent appearance, this inconspicuous space is rumored to launder more than just linen. If we had power going to that, that would be huge, but we do not. Okay, not seeing much there. There's potentially something there. I've got to go for that, don't I? That'll give me 2 gems. That's expensive though. And it's unfortunate because if I could craft a kitchen, I could potentially purchase some apples and that would be incredible. No running in the pool, fellas. I want the freezer. Not been in here. 3-2. There we go. Temperature is negative 16 degrees Celsius. I'm going to compare that against the notes shortly. The freezer, dedicated to deep freeze and cold storage. Mount Holly's freezer is an insulated space kept almost as frigid as the snowy mountains of Croatia. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sustaining a sub-zero temperature is vital for keeping the items in this room under ice. They will not reset at the end of the day and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. So we start tomorrow. Hello. We start tomorrow with 2 gems. Not for staff use. Master Sinclair's personal freezer. Are we going to find Master Sinclair in here? No. I do wonder if we have a contraption. If we can melt the ice. I think that's going to be a thing. A contraption to melt the ice, such as the one that I created. Because maybe these things are, you know, just keep references to things you can store in this room, such as keys or gems, but that seems very important. Also, that's totally a prism key. Okay, well, I've burned my gems doing that. Burned is not the correct word, but you know what I mean. Can I do anything here? Let's just start and be legends, man. Damn it. Is there another memo in here? Because we have established that this is complete and utter bullshit. God, that is such a troll. Alright, so I think we're done here. Anything I can do? Sledgehammer, running shoes, shovel, metal detector. I can pass through the previous rooms. I can go and turn off the breaker here, but there's no point. Dark room is already filled in. Looking for any sign of a memo or something that may give me the safe code. Really? Alright, so we don't need that. Not seeing anything else here. Looking under the table, looking at the chairs, I do not see a second memo here with the safe code. But I'm thinking that if the safe code is going to be anywhere, it's going to be in the here's my words, it will be in the email in the office. That is my guess. Right, so can I do anything here? Let me refill the pool. If I remember how. Game. What am I doing wrong? That's telling me I need to put into the kitchen, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. What I could maybe do is drain the kitchen. Kitchen only goes there. What am I doing wrong? Fuck, give me a minute. Pool only talks to that tank, but I'm certain I was able to drain it elsewhere. How do I drain this tank? And that's the first question I've got. That only leads to the kitchen. Okay, I drain it by doing this. No, that's the opposite of what one wants to do. Fuck, what am I doing? If I want to put more water into the pool, I have to pull it from either the fountain or the reservoir. Using the left tank, I don't have a choice. So let me do this. I don't know if this will work. Does this just flow? No, I need to hit that button next. That should be going, but it's not. I don't understand why. Oh my god, why? I feel so dumb. Why is that not draining into the pool? 6 is pool, correct? Has to be. Is it because of... It's likely because of that. Maybe? Yeah, okay. I'm a dumbass. The fountain has been drained. I can try getting outside and I might actually succeed. The thing is, what are we going to find there in the fountain? Just the coins that I've dropped or something else maybe? Or the wishes that I've made perhaps? I just hiccup chat. Hopefully you didn't hear that. Okay, so... Rise and then down. Yeah, the power's going that way. I imagine that all the rooms have to be connected in like a sequence for this to work, which... It means that I got incredibly lucky with the Black Bridge Grotto. Right, this was actually a very productive run. Oh, well, well, well. We're not getting through there. That's something else to consider, but we can't do anything with it just yet. Water, though, I mean, we have that. We have water all the way down here. We have a little stream or river over here. Which from the geometry of the place I assume is nothing, but... I assume that's nothing, but draining the reservoir may be on the cards if I can get the reserve tank going and figure out how that works. Anything in here? A hovel. A squalid dwelling on the edge of the estate belonging to one of the groundskeepers. Special floor plans now cost additional steps instead of gems. That's interesting. Anything in here? Apart from that note? Oh man, that box being so close to that bed triggers me. Wow, okay. I know what that is. That's 3. So 1 was in the apple orchard, and we found 2 now. The schoolhouse and the hovel have these little gasoline things, or whatever they're called. Huh. Notice of termination. Dear Mr. Rivane, is that the person, the gardener? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't recognize that name. Your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds have been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that your services as the groundskeeper at Mount Holly will no longer be required, effective immediately. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observations and documented instances of neglect in the performance of your duties. The state of the green rooms in particular has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which reflects poorly on the rest of the staff. You are required to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the estate are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service and wish you the best in your future endeavours. Anne Babbage, House Manager. Yeah, she seems like a real piece of work, just quietly. What was that first sentence? Half-hearted dedication has been greatly appreciated. Wow. That is a fuck you if there ever was one. Alright, well, I believe we are done here for today. I do think those coins we see there are the ones we put there by making wishes. I might grab the last one. I feel I am making progress, but it is in inches. We can't even see the ground here, we're so high up. Alright. Let's end for today. God damn it. Alright, so what did I skip over last time? Forgot to check. Impressive house of cogs, 5 mechanical rooms. They all came towards the end. 4 new rooms. Yeah, that coin is there. We start with 2 gems, which means an office will be very nice, and we get 3 coins immediately. Jeez, that experiment. And we might get 2 more now, as long as I'm smart enough to do this puzzle. I'm starting to douse my intellect after what happened last time. Holy shit. That was not pleasant. Every box is black, that's a false statement. Every box contains gems, that is also a false statement. I hate my life so much. Why did I start playing this game? The statements on one of the other 2 boxes will be true if you replace the word every with the word this. Okay, so that's a false statement. That is a false statement. Statement on one of the other 2 boxes will be true. Let's say this box is false. So we can just ignore that statement, I think, if the box is false, which means that can't be true, so that's false, and that can't be true because that's false. So this must be true. This must be a true box. The statements on one of the other 2 boxes will be true if you replace the word every with the word this. That's a true box. Every box is black. This box is black. That is a false statement. That box is false. Every box contains gems. This box contains gems. I think it's in here. If it's not in here, I'm going to be upset. Swing carcass. This one is pretty easy. I like you, so I'm not going to tell you to go fuck yourself, Buzz. Just know that I'm thinking some very bad things about you at the moment. I just see a paragraph there, and I'm like, no, fuck off. This game is already too hard for my poor little brain. I can't handle it. Right, are there keys or coins cunningly hidden around here? I need to know. Yeah, that is true. I jest, and you know us. You know I love you, dude. Swenkaka says, I struggle with ones you solved very quickly. Exactly. Our brains all work in different and mysterious ways, and that's why puzzle games are... well, some puzzle games are absolutely amazing. The wordplay, though, is doing my head in. Let's go for the West Wing Hall. No, seriously, I'm just grateful that anyone's watching me and I haven't been cancelled yet. Anything in here? I want... I know that's a better play, but I really want the observatory, damn it. I want the observatory, damn it. I looked at the black box, I'm like, fuck off, I'm not reading those words. And then I read the words, and then it all made sense. So we don't see the shovel in here, I don't see anything else. I do see the dare bird. Not seeing anything else I can pick up. I really do think that the metal detector creates new objects rather than points out existing ones. Alright, so the rumpus room is way too interesting to ignore. I'll take my 8 coins wherever they are. I'll take that. Alright, so what do you have for me today? I need to go back and watch the previous cutscene.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands.
Different members of the family, perhaps.
8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7.
We found 7.
Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen
Don't tell me that.
by the great Al-Zara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Shaky feels his eyes glazing over. Can't tell if you're talking about your eyes or his. The art on the walls. So what, you want me to come up with a word for each piece of art and then figure out which letter's missing, perhaps? I hope not, because I'm not that smart. You see, the house in ruin. There are 8 letters. We will only find 7. We have found the 7th letter. I thought he was going to say you can only read them once, but I have YouTube for that. Yours on the black box was there? No, they didn't glaze over. They just sort of squinted in a rage. Let's go for the spare room. No, it's not the best play, but it's fine. I'm going to run into a dead end shortly and I'll need to go back to the entrance hall. Locked door? Nice, yes. I'll go for the garage. I do wonder if we get a second upgrade disc. And I also wonder what happens if we power this room. Whether it's the same as flipping the breaker or what. Yeah, that thing's not going to move. I hope I haven't made a terrible mistake by putting that there. If I have, then maybe I'm resetting and starting again. Which I really don't want to do. I'm going to take a bit of a break in a bit just to grab some water and just to stretch my legs. Okay, all of those are terrible choices. Let's go for the bedroom. Nothing? Okay. That just makes it so I can go left. Getting rid of that early. Security, yes please. Once again, this room is powered or it's got ducts in it. Right. Can I upgrade myself via an experiment today? I really don't know why we want to connect to the shelter unless we can find the door perhaps. Or a way of increasing radiation levels so we can unlock every door in this place. That's interesting. Although that's contingent on me being able to, you know, find the mailroom. I believe I've already got one bedroom. So I think I will go for this. Probably making the wrong call there. As always. Especially as bedrooms tend to be dead ends. Speaking of which, I can go down here and craft the dead end, can't I? That's unfortunate. Alright, I'm going for it. Won't go in there just yet though. Let's go this way. That synergizes nicely, but it means I'm running out of gems again, just like that. And I started with one extra gem. That said, there should be one in here, correct? That'd be nice. This was a bedroom though, so I didn't see the words experiment successful flash up. Maybe it's not valid until I've actually crafted one, because I crafted a bedroom there already. One gem would be very nice. Thank you. I assume we just need to increase the star amount until we get whatever this is. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today, and then we can't reduce it. Gotta do it. Already? Alright, I've got to do this. That's a standard door, we can get through that. So, if I can find the breaker room. And yet I can hose myself right here, right now if I don't set it to low. So maybe I should set it to this. And then if I find it, that's not what I clicked. Then if I find it, I come back here and set it to high. I'm making some terrible decisions here, and I know it. Speaking of terrible decisions, am I hosed? No. Although that has a terrible long-term effect, doesn't it? Broken lever. We have ducts in here, so this room is powered. I just burned both of my gems on that, which means the office will follow in just a moment. I don't think that image is changing, but it's creeping me out. So many locked doors. Okay, I think we're hosed. Let's read. I can go north and north. Let's do that. Give me a bedroom, please. That's not a bedroom. I'll go in here, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here. The only reason to craft this is to just remove it from the pool. So once again, I've got to check this. Where is it? That's the one that I missed the previous day. West Wing favored. Found 8 new rooms today. Okay. Can't use the toilet paper, can't use the toilet. What kind of game is this? Need some gems, damn it. Let me go left first. May as well go for that. Nice. That synergized pretty well. We got 1 gem back. Now I've got a question. If the door ahead of me is locked, is it potentially not locked from the archive? I'll burn the additional 2 steps for that, because I want to know. It's not. Okay, so... at the risk of killing the run immediately, I'm going to go for the billiard room. Yeah, look at that. To the north of the dark room, we had the keycard door. If we approach it from a different side, we can potentially get something else. Let me just see if the run's dead right now. Alright, well, I've got no idea what that archive floor plan could possibly be. None whatsoever. Nonezo. That unfortunately is where the run ends. Unless maybe I did the puzzle first, it gave me a couple of gems and then could rotate that and then build that. We can upgrade something with that though, so I may as well go for it. Didn't get anywhere today unfortunately, but it's all good. Let's retrieve the upgrade disc. Can I check anything in here? The lever. I feel like that's endgame progression though. I know it's not endgame, but room 46 progression. Repairing that lever is going to be a thing that we have to do. Alright, what am I doing here? Double ring is divide. 20 divided by 10 is 2. 30 divided by 5 is 6. 20 multiply 20 20 plus 3 multiplied by 2 is 46. Subtract 13 gives me a number that is not divisible by 4, so this is not the correct order. So 23 subtract 13 is 10, multiplied by 2 is 20, divided by 4 is 5. I'm just going to write this down because I don't know if that's standard BIMDAS or something else. So add, then I'll just shrink the fonts a bit, you can't see what I'm doing here. Add, then subtract, then multiply, then divide. So 20, 23, 10, 20, 5. I'm not even mad about that because that really wouldn't have helped. I do want to check something out though. Where am I going? Oh, I just got completely spun. Wow. I don't see anything new there. I was wondering if that would refresh itself. Okay, well, unless there's something amazing in the room outside, I don't know what to do next. Also, we can do something on the left here, can't we? I'm going to be dead honest, I forgot about this area. Let's go for the confidential plan. Shaki, do I want to check the lever or the key card? I'll check the lever. If I can somehow... Oh, wow, okay. Progress. If I can somehow find the workshop and what I need to repair that lever, then maybe that will be useful. I feel like finding the key card is not that hard. We can drain the aquarium. No one sells swim carcass. The mail room. Right, that's new. A dedicated mailing room, in which incoming and outgoing post and packages are sorted and then delivered within the estate to their intended recipients. Yeah, the keycard's not proving too hard to find, so I don't want to check that just yet. If I find something incredible in here though. Package. Sinkoko. God damn it. I see it. I see it. But I can't see it. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravain, that was groundskeeper, to sender, as he no longer is employed with our staff. And the thing is, I can screenshot that and zoom in, but it's not going to help. I need the magnifying glass. I cannot cheese the game by doing this. I see the last word there is mail question mark, but that does not help me. That's got to be something. Writing that down. 453-478. Let's see what I'm doing, and it's fine. Fuck, how do you spell that word? The boudoir. I'm probably mispronouncing that as well. There is a safe in the office and there's a safe in the boudoir. So maybe that there's a combination, 453-478. That will be a long shot though. So if I can draft this again, there's going to be a package in here. That is tomorrow and no other day. Oh, fucking, I wish I had a magnifying glass. Because we can look at that stamp. Dad, 1809 Alice Drive, Fen Aries 63022, SKR 6789, Simon P. Jones, Mount Holly Estates, Fen Aries 63080. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagined you happy as a calm, perfectly content. What? What the hell does that say? I imagined you happy as a clam. Dad, you're a fucking weirdo. I imagined you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estates with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage, packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much, that font appears to have changed. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second. Oh, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbie? I thought we were brothers, but okay. I know how long Uncle Herbert's worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favour. Be excited. This house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday, I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. Yes, get some sleep each night, and don't spend all your time each day playing Dirigiblocks. I really wish we could magnify that stamp, because that will go into the library, I think. If I can make this room again, there will be a package in here. I've got no idea what it will be. Will it be a key? Will it be gems? Will it be coins? Will it be dice? Will it be a sex toy? Hopefully we'll find out. And hopefully just quietly it's not a sex toy. Let me just look in here. Actually, one moment. I was almost ready to call it a day, and I completely forgot that I've got an upgrade disc. Yeah, we need to magnify that. We need to magnify that damn stamp. And we also need to magnify whatever the hell it was in there, which, where was it? I took a screenshot of it, and I've completely forgotten what it is already. It was the notice of termination to the groundskeeper. Alright, so let's have a read of that in just a moment. Nothing around here. No, alright. I'll read this and then take a quick break. Anne Babbage, Lord Evanson, M. Lowry. A Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, a modest account of our town by Sir Andrew Dahl. Intro. The third largest city in fan areas and sites of its former capital, Reddington is synonymous with mountains, mystery, and magic. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical gardens. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle, and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique, enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. Right, so this guy's a ponce. Getting that disc would have sucked. It would have, Shaggy. It would have. But I would have forgotten about it, and I would have never remembered it unless chat reminded me, and then I would just cry myself to sleep tonight. The Botanical Gardens, Reddington's most popular attraction and a guaranteed crowd pleaser. The Botanical Gardens is loved by both locals and visitors for its Aegean canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and a mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime is Reddington's busy season. Situated just east of town, the Botanical Gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own right, yet even more stunning set against the spectacular backdrop of the Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in this picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. What is that? Ilex by crossed with Mesavie. I don't know how to pronounce that. A specimen of holly unique to Reddington's Mountains. Where have I seen that before? I've seen that image before. How much is it? Oh, fuck. There's a lot. Featherfall Keep. You will find sitting at the base of Mount Perma, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significantly important to the realm's past. Featherfall Keep, I can barely pronounce that, the former home of Lord William Epsom, okay, we've heard that name, has until recently been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Epsons since before the Third Era. After the death of Lord Epsom, his older son, Lionel Epsom, I need to draw a family tree, left the estate never to return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It began operating as a historic house museum and tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. It is still believed by many that Featherfall was built by the first king of Orna Ares, however you pronounce that, when Reddington was still the capital. However, surface documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt on the long-standing myth. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. Trying not to be tranquil. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fen Airy's premier vacation destinations, exclusive for its more privileged citizens. The lakeside resorts and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, on the southern shore of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the views and rub elbows with the rich and famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which is open to the general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. I think we saw that in the archives, the 100 Bells Tea Room. There's my voice. Mount Holly. We are here. At an elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holly is the tallest mountain in the Reddington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience and one that many hikers and explorers will want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. However, those willing to give this mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually summit. On the opposite side of the peak, whatever, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of the Mount Holly schoolhouse in '66. We've seen something about we saw a notice in the schoolhouse outside. Okay, so people were here until '66 and it's been private ever since then, which is what? 27 years. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. Mainway Station Bazaar. For the sentimental tourist wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty. Without proper guidance, the Mainway Station can be a dangerous place. Located underground, this unique marketplace was once Reddington's central railway station at a time where the realm's trains were still in service. Now the turnstiles, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. Whether you are bargain hunting, looking for adventure, or finding a memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Reddington. Are we done? So we see Mount Holly on the bottom left there, town of Reddington to the north, Botanical Gardens on the right, something else to the right which I can't read because I don't have my magnifying glass. Featherfall Keep is to the north along with Mount Perma. 100 Bells is on the lake. There's a tower upriver. And Burrows or something on the right hand side. I'm going to be dead honest, I don't know what the best choice is. I don't think that's a good call. Although, if we can craft that late, that could be effectively unlimited steps. But if we draft another green room, that turns it into a green room? 2 gems will sprout, so I have to go back for those. And I'm seeing that we're not really getting a lot of green rooms to begin with. I've got a feeling that's a better long-term choice than this, but I'm leaning towards this. I hope I'm not making a bad choice here. It does mean we lose the existing power of the nursery, which is not fantastic, but it's fine. Here's what it is. Sally, you reckon that's a great choice? Yeah, I don't know. I make a wish here. Of course not. It sucks I'm losing so many resources, so many coins and so many keys. I suppose I can spend them here and then maybe get back to the code check. Place the lever with something else. I've put the lever there, but I'm starting to think that's not a good choice. I'll go for the shrine. Hey dude, I'm rich. Really? Alright, so well I'm fucked for the next 2 days. I think I'll just sleep in. I was thinking, you know, maybe we could add additional coins to the shrine, but no. Prosaic Villa. What is Prosaic? Don't know. Not familiar with that word. Alright, so I'm going to grab some water. I'll be back shortly. What was the new room that I crafted? The Ma room. We are now cursed, so yeah. I done goofed. But it's all good. Back shortly. Alright, I'm cursed. In the game, that is. Yeah, look at that. That ain't good. I'll see what I can do here, but, you know. So every time we craft a coloured room, we lose something. Gotta do it. I know it's a dead end, but I gotta do it. Package delivered. What have I got? 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 K. Thompson. Who is K. Thompson? Don't know. Items included in this order. Brass compass, sleeping mask, keys. That would be fantastic if I was on a good run, but I'm cursed, so I'm fucked. Stamp is still there, and this lesser is still here, so up. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I miss that, or... I'm rewinding my stream. I need to see if I missed that. I need to see if I missed that fucking thing. Give me a sec. Did I legit miss that? Where's my room? Put it down, you moron. Stop reading and put it down. Stop trying to break the game with paint.net. Is it there? It is. Holy shit. I missed that. I legitimately missed that. That was there yesterday. Fuck me. Not in a literal sense. One moment. Let me do that. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address client is provided. That's why we need to break into the office. Okay, so we don't see the top part. It's hiding. Press any button above to activate blue. Okay, I've seen that. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6. I think I've got that combination. We turn them all green, we can turn them all blue. It's suggesting we need 5 purples to activate the 6. I have taken a screenshot of that. Press a blue indicator next to a red to activate purple. I kind of already knew that, but it's nice to have it in words like that because I was struggling. Okay. I'm cursed, but I'm not done yet. I'm most certainly not done yet. Alright, let's see who can figure it out quicker this time, me or Spoon Carcass. Car keys? If I can get to the garage, I'd love to know if there's another upgrade disc there. Alright. The gems are in the box with the word blue on it. Blank. The gems are in the box that is actually blue. One box is always true, one box is always false. So let's pretend this is true. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. That could be true. The gems are in a box that is actually blue. That could be false, which means the gems will be in this box. But the gems could also be in this box, couldn't they? The gems are in the box with the word blue on it. This box has the word blue on it. So if that's true, they could be in here, and they could be in there. That could be true as well, couldn't it? So this doesn't help me narrow it down. Let's pretend this is false. That means the gems are not there, and the gems are not there. Wait. If that's false, then the gems can't be here. Gems are in a box that is actually blue, so that statement has to be false as well, because if that were true, the gems will be there, and we've established that's not true. That's telling me the gems are in there. This statement, if this is true, gems are in a box that is actually blue, that's true. Gems are in a box with the word blue on it, that is false, but the gems can totally be in here. Wait. If that's true, gems are in a box that is actually blue, gems are in a box with the word blue on it, that is also true. Because this box has the word blue on it, and the gems could be in there. If this is false, the gems are in a box that is actually blue, that is false. Which means the gems are not in here. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it, that could be true, in which case the gems will be in here. This one I've got no idea. I suspect they're in here. This one I don't get. I didn't get the last one either. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. True or false? If it's true, then it can be in two places. It can be in there or it can be in there. That will be a true statement and that will be a false statement. But they could also be in there, correct? If that's true, then they can be in either box. So I don't think that helps. If this is a true statement, then it means that the gems are here. It means that that's true and that's false. I don't know what to make of this. I'm guessing that it means that one of these must be true and one of these must be false. And I think the only combination that works is gems in a box that's actually blue. If I say that's true, then if we say then that one's false, then that doesn't work because it means the gems are in here. We say this one's true. The gems in the box have the word blue on us. Let's say this one's false. The gems in the box is actually blue. Then I think the gems are in here. I've got no idea what to make of this. I'm going to go for this box here. I think that's the answer, but I don't know what to make of the one with no label on it. We'll get 2 gems or have I fucked it up? I'm no longer a genius. I no longer like these puzzles. I'll go for the spare room. Look, I'm not asking for much. All I want is an office. Bedroom. What did we lose with the bedroom? I can't enter the menu to check. I lose a key for that, which is awful. Bedroom is 1 step. I don't know a mnemonic or whatever that word is to remember this. Either way, it's bad. Avoid green. Avoid green at all costs. Okay, I want that. Nice what I wanted, but I'll take it. The key to the secret garden. I don't suppose the secret garden is at the bottom of the well. I don't believe it is, but I'll go back to the main hall and I will at some point, I'm sure. It's only 1 step to check. Well, 2 actually, but you know what I mean. I'm certain that's not it. Like, it's a room that we can make. We lose a key for that, and we lose a gem and a coin for that. Do I check it out? I should. Even though I don't think anything spawns in here unless we are carrying the metal detector. Moments, my YouTube appears to have stopped. That's still working. Game just hates me. Observatory, please. Although, no, that's... that puts us in a perilous position, but I'd rather do that than another corridor and lose another key. It does mean, though, that I'm locked on this path. So, 6. We're going to find plenty of 4-shaped or cross-shaped rooms. No. Okay. So that's how it works. Okay. Do I go back and open the trunks? Maybe I should. They're very close nearby. And they may drop like, they may drop dice or something. I might as well go for it. Huge. But I won't survive that long, so it doesn't matter. And I say that this is cheap to go outside and check, but it's not. It's actually 4 steps. I'm certain this won't open based on the symbol that we saw on the door. Well, that's making me motion sick. The key, much like my keys in real life, don't fit. We're really looking for something with a ruby on it. If I find the pool room again, I may as well fill this up until such time that I find that key. This fucking game, honestly. I mean, I know I made a bad decision with the storeroom there, but honestly, that's it. We're done. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go back to my campsite and sulk. There's nothing more I can do for today. It sucks that I picked up the compass and we didn't get the cross out of the observatory, but yep, small cottage because I did nothing. I believe we are still cursed. Actually, something I could have done is gone outside and crafted the room. That was a mistake. I should have done that. Okay, we're not cursed. Wow, okay. So it lasts for the day that we pick it up and then the next day. And that's what it means by, fuck, are we really doing this again? Okay, fine. I guess that's what it means by 2 days. Jesus. There's more that I could have done outside for sure. Oh my god. That is the broken lever. I won't go for that. Gotta find plenty of contraptions before I can actually repair that thing though, so I think having that there is a bad idea. Chapel is the best choice and I know it. That means I'm going to be broke very shortly. Oh my god. Game hates me. I just want a damn office. That's all I want. Alright, fine. We can open those things to potentially get 2 keys. So I can also potentially find a sledgehammer. That's all this game feels like at the moment, just bashing my head against the wall randomly, trying to make progress, and trying to solve fucking wordplay puzzles. Progression in this game really does seem to be RNG based, and I don't know how I feel about that. Right, we have statements on all 3 at least. 2 of these statements are true. The statement on the blue box is true. The gem's in the box with a true statement. Immediate thought there is that the stuff on the left can't be true, because if we have 2 boxes with true statements, that makes it very hard to determine. So 2 of these statements are true. Actually, let's start here. The gems are in a box with the true statements. That's either true or false. Let's pretend that's true. The statement on the blue box is true. That means this is true. That means that is false. Because 2 of these statements are true. If that is true and that is true, then this one is also true. And that's not true, because 2 of these statements are true is more than 3. So, again, pretending that's true. Statement on the blue box is false. Is true, sorry. Let's say that's false. That means that 2 of these statements are true. If that's true, then that's true and that's true. But that's saying the statement on the blue box is false, because we know that to be false. Which means that this is false, which means 2 of these statements are true as false, which means the gems must be there. Let's assume now that this box is false. The gems are in the box with the true statements. That is a false statement, so we're looking for a false box. Statement on the blue box is true. Let's pretend that's true. 2 of these statements are true. True and true. Yes, that's good. Let's pretend that's false. The statements on the blue box is false. 2 of these statements are false. That can't be, because we know that that one's false and false. So the problem I've got with this one being false is that one of these must be true. 2 of these statements are true. That one's false, then that one can be true, and that one also has to be true. So what? False, true, true. I think they're in that box. If we say true statement, let's pretend this is true. If either of these 2 are true, actually that one can be true, can't it? True. But then that one be true as well. Yeah, they're in the black box. They've got to be in here. If they're not, I'm going to be extremely upset. That one works both ways. If this one's true, the wordplay works out, and if it's false, the wordplay also works out in exactly the same way. That's kind of a cool one. I like that. Okay, I've got to go with that. No choice. Nice. Gotta keep going north. White columns, white trees. I've got 5 gems. There is no good reason not to craft that. Plus, that keeps the run going, so that's naturally what I need to craft. I'm saying craft, I should say draft. Whatever. Alright, give me something useful, please. I'll go with that for now, but I can change it. I should always change offline mode. That doesn't matter. Security level though, if I know that I'm going to run into the breaker, then I should set that to high. Log into the network. Let's log into the lab and do an experiment. I could also log into the office and spread gold, but right now I don't see the point. I don't think we can speed that up, which is unfortunate. Oof. We don't have the mail room. It's a letter, not a package. But I mean, that's huge. As soon as I fall under 63 steps or under 40 steps, that could potentially keep the run going a bit longer, but steps are not really my issue here. Do I have 2 hallways already? I don't know. I can't check. I can check, but I've got to go all the way out here. Okay, so if I can get a key for triggering this. I do like that we can exit and come back in here without losing it. I can't connect to the other 2 now, but I can still connect to this one. So that one's contingent on me finding the archive. There's a lot of rooms with 1 gem, so I think I'm going to go for this. Because we will get a key every time we do a bedroom now, apart from the first one. So if I run into dead ends, at least I'm getting a consolation prize for it. Fuck. That's please. I hate my life so much. Gotta go for it. I feel the foundation is in a poor position, but at the same time, I feel like it will be in a poor position regardless of where I pause it. It's just something I need to permanently deal with now. No creepy ass music today, okay. Locked? What about you? That door is open, that's... I don't want to say that's huge, but that's useful. I haven't seen the magnifying glass all day today. And you are? A coupon book, a discount coupon book. Save 1 coin on each purchase you make in the estate. That's the least of my problems right now, just quietly. Right, I'm not getting through there. That's got to be something, but what? This room is not powered. I don't see how to get up there. I'll do it. No shoes. Give me a breaker. Hell yeah. So at this point, I should go back and set it to high. Now, let's turn that off. Let's turn that on. I get outside. No, that was in a different lifetime. I can still go back all the way to the chapel and explore more. We're not done here by a long shot. Right. I suspect this might be a two-part puzzle. And I don't have the second half because I can't find this damn office. I've been looking for 2 days. Really. But let me just pull up OBS. So, we can set everything to green. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. And it is suggesting that we need to set it to the combination at the bottom to do something. Don't know what. So I need to do that. I saw that much. Press any button to enable blue. And then this spreads. Like if I do that, that happens. That's going to turn purple now. Alright, so how do we do this? Ugh. Okay, this is the hard one now. What does that do? It's gotta be something, but I don't know what. We have that, and then that, but I don't believe... Alright, let's try putting the white one not everywhere, but I'll just try putting it in every location. That. Okay, I can't toggle that one now, which seems very important. I was mashing that white one at the end and nothing was happening. Unlike the one down here, I could switch that one freely between white and purple. That other one was not moving. Alright. Like this one here I can switch. I couldn't switch that one. Switch that one. That one I can't switch. That's got to mean something. So 1. Now try 2. I wonder if there's like a combination that I need to use. Don't know, yes, but I'm determined to check. Sunker2604, hello, this game is great, hope you're enjoying it. Just for context, just jumped into your stream. What day am I in? Dude, thank you for dropping in, appreciate it. I'm on day like 19 or 20 or something, and I've got no fucking idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to find the office. I've been trying to find the office for God knows how long now, because apparently there's some email on that computer and I need to check it out. Okay, that does nothing. I'm guessing what I need to do is put this white one in a certain spot, but I don't know where yet, so I may leave this be, but that's good to know. Now I understand how to do that. I can do that, but I don't know where I need to put that. The idea is to be lost and not knowing what you're doing. I hate feeling stupid though. I can go this way because I have disabled this. I wonder what's in here. What could possibly be in there? No idea. I'll take it, but at the same time I don't feel it's a good choice. I really want to go back to security before much longer. I'll go for a green room because why not? Actually, I should have crafted a bedroom, shouldn't I? That was a huge mistake. Okay, that's bad. I've never seen that before. I'm going to go for it. The solarium. A quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. The solarium is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. Wouldn't that be nice? So I have seen some endgame blueprints on someone else's channel, and I did see colors which kind of looked like that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that if you don't mind. So I can play with it regardless. So before I play with that, let's read whatever this is. The shovel! Almost missed it. 1 coin, I'm rich. Where was it? I can barely read that, holy shit. Mr. Nagula, the groundskeeper maybe? Anne, that is Babbage, wanted me to remind you once again that it is expected of you to keep the grass in the cloister cut and the trees trimmed. I have a feeling you may have forgotten how to open the cloister wall again. So to save you some stern words, I decided to draw you a little diagram to help you out. Who knows, maybe this time it will stick. Sympathetically, Bridget. Where is this? I don't know where this is. While face to face with the angel, press the base of the 2 pillars on either side of you. I think I need to do some exploration outside. Okay, what have we here? Right, so the upper left and bottom right appear to cancel things, but is that because we are pointing at yellow tiles? I think so. Okay, I'm not seeing a pattern yet to any of this. I have not. Oh, that's huge. Holy shit. You've been rewarded an allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2. Increased, raised, whatever. I can't read. I have no idea how to solve that puzzle. Does that say? Do not make allowances on the coin, the edge of the coin. That brings it up to 5. I've got no idea how to solve that. I sort of got the idea that yes, we need to put greens in the corners, but how to manipulate those things, I do not know. I've got a problem. I'm out of keys. Let me go back and go to security. That door's locked. Burning a lot of steps here. We set that to high. No. I'll get it right eventually. There we go. That is going to increase the probability of security doors appearing rather than standard doors, and I can just open those. No questions asked. Smashing buttons like crazy always works in fighting games. Not for me, it doesn't. I've tried fighting games. I don't play fighting games for that reason. Oh god, the cloister. Now's when I wish I'd crafted a terrace, because that is definitely a combination that was in the book. Do the terrace and then cloister. I've got to do that. I still don't have the magnifying glass, damn it. If I had the magnifying glass, I would craft the Mara room. That is not a dead end. Okay, well, I wrote it down. Does this work? Where's my notes? It does not. 453478 was the combination we saw in the Mara room. I think I've tried every other number sequence that I've found so far, and yeah. This ain't working. Give me one moment. I'm just looking at some of my notes. No idea why one of my notes has moved. I need to clean up my dartboard notes. Because I don't know about you, but I read that and I wonder if I need to be committed. That's not where I wrote it, I promise. I'll fix that while you're not looking. Okay. I'm gonna go there just to keep the run going, but we lose all the gems. That said, the patio spreads them in each green room, and the other green room is not that far away, so... locked? No. Oh wow, okay. I would love some more gems, please, just quietly. Coins. A few unimpressive pebbles. That's harsh, you're hurting their feelings. No puzzles always have the answers in their rooms, so always double check if that's a clue to go back in there. I won't be too mad at you because I've been in there like about 10 times now and never figured it out, but now that you've said that, I'll go back and check. Coins. These are going to be locked. A key. Old rusty nail, we can use that to lockpick a door. And a turnip. And a turnip. 2 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 turnip. I prefer not to burn the key here just yet, but it means I've got to go back a long way. Got to go back to the archives. Then maybe I can check out the chapel. Alright, so you gave me a very, very specific hint here. Something about puzzle solution being in here, but I've looked. I definitely saw this photo. I definitely looked at the safe, but I couldn't see anything here that would indicate what it is. And I'm pretty sure I had the magnifying glass at the time. So I guess my question is, do I see a number here? And I've got to be honest, I don't. I'm looking at things like negative space, the colouring, the amount of objects in the room. It could be written on the side of the safe near the gramophone, so I can't read that because I don't have the magnifying glass. Like on the Christmas wrapping near the gramophone. If there is another clue in here, I don't know what it is. I did explore this room very thoroughly. The mirror, maybe? Yeah, if there's a solution to that safe here, I don't know where to find it. To me, it would be on that photo, but I don't know how to crack it. Alright, let me go back to the archive. I can also go north from the drawing room. Actually, let me go this way first, because if the game's telling the truth, then there should be a bunch of gems in here. Just burning all my steps. Only one, really? Fuck. I could go north, but that is a literal dead end. Don't know if this room is locked or not. It is not. I don't remember what 7 is, but more importantly, I kind of want to hang on to the gem because I really want that damn office. I live in hope. Alright, so what's next? I'll go for that. It's just that and the book underneath, which I have not read. I've seen the other ones, I've seen some very useful advice. Some interesting lore implications. Yeah, we're on day 16, I think. Day 15, sorry. Okay, I'll actually get something on the bottom right now. Yeah, that's where we saw the Holy. The Ibis or whatever it is crossed with something else. That makes me feel so motion sick. Okay, I've got to go to the chapel now and see what I can do, but failing this, I need to try heading north and see if I can figure anything out. So we got the dining room there. Oh wow, I actually reached rank 8. I will take the pizza now, please. Actually, hang on, no, not yes, not yes, not yes, not just yes. Because it's possible that we could craft a nursing station and be able to manage our steps like that, perhaps. Ow. Okay, I don't think we're stealing from the church today, unfortunately. So most of these doors should be unlocked, which is basically my opportunity to just try and get as many resources as I possibly can. The dare bird. Ow. Okay, so if that counts as 2 bedrooms, I should get 2 keys out of this, correct? I know I'm cutting myself off, but it's fine. I know I've cut myself off on the left-hand side, but I don't mind. I legit don't mind that because I feel this run's coming to an end. I still think there is something outside, and that is something I would love to check. The thing is, I've taken a screenshot, I'll bring it up in a moment. What was that about the cloister and the angel? I imagine it's got to be outside. Alright, so I've pretty much nuked myself there, but I've got 2 key doors at the courtyard at the very top that I can use. Pizza's going to give me 20 steps. Just doing some math. What is that noise? Oh, it's the hamster. Just trying to do some math here. So I've got 20 steps here. 15. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go outside. Ow. And see if I can figure out anything to do with this damn angel or cloister or whatever it is. I've also got enough steps, I think, to craft the outside room. I'll try that. No. We've been in there. And based on what I saw last time, I've definitely eaten the box of crowns before we go in there, so I'm not sure what we do in the classrooms. Nice. Very nice. What's the other tool? Give me a sodding mail room now, pretty please. I think we're too far north to get mail rooms, but a mail room would be incredibly nice. Right. So I'm looking for 2 things here. I'm looking for angels. What was the other message that I wrote down earlier? Find among the white trees something stones. Don't know what the rest of that is because I have not seen the other bits and pieces. And we're looking for this. Cloister grounds access. While face to face with the angel, press the base of the 2 pillars. I don't recall seeing an angel outside. Am I missing something? Don't know. Sledgehammer is one of your favourite items? Me too. Asking about the time that I broke a sledgehammer in the real world. While facing the angel. I don't think it's that, or if it is that, then maybe it has to be on the east wing, maybe. Is it in the chapel? I have a lot of progress for just day 15. Thank you. I have no idea what I'm doing, but thank you. Yeah, I've drained that as well. I realize I'm not getting in there in a hurry. Face the angel. Burn 2 more steps here. To me, the cloister seems like this place here, but we don't have angels. We've got that. We don't have anything down here apart from the campsite. I don't want to go that way because that's another step. So there's no angel outside. Is it referring to the angel in the chapel? I've got to go back and check, but that's a lot of additional steps that I'm burning. You two are just busts. There's no angel. I've got to go back to the chapel and check. I'm burning another coin, and that's fine, but... what is that? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. No, it's not that. I'm very tempted to just burn a day outside and see if I can figure out this damn angel glue. I don't recall seeing an angel anywhere. Apart from the chapel, perhaps. The foundation is before the entrance hall. Wow. Maybe, although it says his stone hands, and I don't believe in... Can an angel be a man? This game's set in 1993. I don't know if an angel can be a man. I assume so. Also, I'm not religious. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to check out the shrine. Right, let's eat that now. I do not have a furnace. which is absolutely for the best. Alright, so once again, I'm not religious, but I'm praying for an office. Just give me a goddamn office. Give me an office. Okay, dark rooms, nothing. That's not going to be the office, so I'll go for the wine cellar and grab the gems. Also, not been smashing the trunks on the way through. Grabbing all this stuff, but it's going to be useless in just a moment. Where were the trunks? I think there was one in the bunk room perhaps, or one in the bedroom there. Yeah, there were a couple over here, I think. We're relatively early on. Possibly one in the boudoir. Yeah, that's just a pass in there. I thought that might have been a number based on what I could see on the right there, but I'm not seeing anything relating to a safe code here. If there is something, I don't know where it is. Why is the safe wrapped up? Because at this point I'm thinking things like, okay, there's how many balls on the tree, maybe that's the first number of presents, maybe that's the second, and so on and so forth, but I feel it should not be that complicated. That thing was wearing a Sansa hat. At no points did I realize that was actually moving until this very moment. Yeah, if there's a clue here, I don't know where to find it. So close, really? I don't know if you're trolling me or not. If it's in here, I've got no idea where it is. Can I ask if the clue is in the photo? Pretty please. Fuck. It's telling me I don't even need magnifying glass for the clues to the safe. Really? This is depressing. Okay, what am I looking at? Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Really? Oh, that's a terrible clue. That's terrible. Fuck. I can't express just how much I hate that. And I realize now that I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry. All I did is I said, really? Really? Walked over here and inputted 1225. Apologies. I was so angry that I did not hit transition. Ooh. No, that's nothing. You missed the dramatic moments, but it's all good. Alright, this is lesson number 4. So these were written by different people. This is written by Daniel. There are 8 of them. We're only going to find 7. Yeah. The thing about that is the photo is about Christmas. Christmas is December 25, so that means the code is either 2512 or 1225. I tried 1225 and it let me in. I'm sure we'll find this room again. What I'm curious to know is whether this safe is going to be open or not. If not, then we can actually get a gem in here, which is huge. Alright, whatever goes. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal courts would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. Once again, I need to draw a family tree. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But, for the love of God, do not by that same display of weakness clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine a cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see the colour of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year. Daniel. Am I Matt Berry? Is Matt Berry. Don't know who that is. Chasing Laputa. How you doing, dude? I thought Herbert was Simon's brother. Based on that amazing log we found in the bunk room, but I think I need to draw a family tree. I need to review everything that I've done and draw a family tree, but I don't know if I got the time. Alright, well that's terribly upsetting. This makes me wonder if the office code is in the office. But that said, I've still not read the email. Or the electronic mail, as it's referred to. Speaking of mail. That's going to be something new. But that keeps the run going. That's a green room though, and I know it. That is most likely the cloister. Never mind. Vault, a secure on-site depository fitted with steel walls and numbered lockers. This fortified strong room holds a good portion of the Sinclair fortune, despite the fact that several inventories have led accountants to assume the true legacy is hidden elsewhere. I sound just like him, great actor from What We Do in the Shadows, great show too. Never heard of him, and he must have a terrible voice. Because my voice sucks. There's the day, so I figured that out from the library. Show you the money? Can do. I'm rich, motherfuckers, and I'm going to lose it all unless I pick up a freezer in just a moment. Okay. There's a rook in here. I can't see a combination on that safe. I thought this would be the cloister, in which case we can continue going left. Numbered log, God. Is one of these lockers open? Oh, we can pick up a locker key from somewhere else in the mansion, can't we? I've seen a locker key. Okay, I don't think we're getting anything here, but if I come back here with a locker key, I could potentially do something with that. As it is, unless I want to check every single locker and or hit X on them to see if they open up, I don't think I want to spend any time here. I don't see that any of these lockers are open. Alright, well that's not what I wanted, unfortunately. All I want is a mail room. Or the office. That's all I want. Gotta go for the ballroom. We're gonna lose 1 gem. The ballroom. An opulent hall, and unlike this one, or unlike what's his fucking name's one, who I will not say on this channel, this one looks much nicer than his, just saying. An opulent hall with a polished mirror floor. In the old days, numerous balls and dances were held in this splendid room. However, as he aged, the Baron began to prefer private parties in the parlour of the grand formal receptions of his youth. And hopefully he'll be dead soon. You have no idea who I'm referring to, chat. Don't cancel me. Lara and Simon. What is that? In Eclipse Ball 1952. What's wrong with your face? Okay, not seeing anything here. I don't know if I need to remember 1952 or not, but I'm going to write that down. Huge. There's our last 2 pages. So... actually, let me just work through this first. This is completely unnecessary because there's only 1 part that I need, but I'm going to do the whole lot because I've come this far, damn it. I may as well do the rest. Also need to close some of these damn images because they're about 3 meg PNGs each. Where did I see... that was in the mail room as well, wasn't it? The small text under the numbers. No, that was on the groundskeeper's notes, or the groundskeeper's dismissal note. I know I don't need all of this, but I'm going to grab it anyway because once again I've come this far. So the first message reads, first words on the sheets are true message. I mean, I already know what it says, but let me finish this off. First words on the sheets are true message. Find among the white trees under 2 stones. That's the important part here. That's what we're looking for there. Find among the white trees under 2 stones. I just saw white and stones earlier, but it's specifically talking about underneath 2 stones among the white trees. But where are the trees? What app is that? Paint.net. It's basically just a glorified version of Paint. It's, I need to figure out how to use GIMP to do proper photo editing and whatnot, but it's simple enough and it gets the job done, but there are a lot of things that I don't like about it. The advantage to it is that you can actually layer things, so you could do something like that, for example, and then move that around without disrupting the rest of the image, like so. That's really the only advantage it's got, and my computer is chugging. Are we good? We just dropped to about 50 frames per second there. Chasing Lapusa. Myro is another program you've seen the other Blueprints player use. Myro, never heard of that. Is that a PC app or something for Mac maybe? Not sure. Right. Under these stars the dance is held, and to the floor we are compelled. The gowns glide on and music swells, and at the end the clock strikes 12. What that means only time can tell. 2 remain for one last dance, and spin again around clock hands. Is that a clue? And as they turn, a second chance to rise above the falling sands, the true time lost in past romance. Beautiful. I can't play the piano. I did used to know how to play the keyboard when I was younger, chat, promise. I don't anymore, that's all gone. Bass and every good boy deserves fruits and all that. Once again, game, just give me a fucking office. Please. I'll take that though. We get our gems back by doing that, but I burn a lot of steps. We can open that. I've got to go for that. I've got 60 coins for fuck's sake. That'll get me a key to go into the other door at least. And by a key, I mean a significant amount of keys. Alright, so I've got more keys than I will ever know what to do with. I don't care if I run into a commissary or whatever the fuck it's called in the next room. Still haven't gotten in there. That's a long way off, I think. That'll keep me alive for this next room. The antechamber. I think I know how to get in there, but it's going to require a lot of effort. Yep, that's why I did it. The pool, yes please. That said, I'm rapidly running out of gems. And steps. We do not need any more coins. Another key. I think we're good on keys now, game, thank you. Give me an office. Please just give me an office. That's all I want. I haven't crafted a sauna yet. Let's go with that. You motherfucker. Thing is, I can't go in there, activate the power, and then come back out. And then check out the laundry room. And whatever is behind here, I'll craft this one. But I can't go in there and go into the next room because I will run out of steps. Which means the office could be on the left-hand side there, but I can't craft it. Plus, I would not have the... Chat, I hate you all, but mostly I just hate myself. I wouldn't got that far anyway, so... I think we'll die in here. We'll die in the sauna, because that seems like a good place to die. Get a gem in here. Huh. Hate me too, Shaggy? Or you hate yourself too? Yeah, it's alright. I still love you. I promise. This place is pretty chill. Unintended. Sauna. A traditional wood-lined Korishian. I thought I had a pronunciation on that, and now I don't. Korakian? Don't know. Style sauna. Temperature controlled and exceptionally relaxing. The invigorating effects of this room will leave you waking up the next day feeling rejuvenated. So I don't know whether I have to actually enter this room. So I kind of love the way the text is smudged. Whether we actually have to enter that room to make it work, or whether just rafting is enough. Alright, well, I either burn to death in here, or dehydrate, or I drown in the pool. I think I'll go play in Minecraft in the pool. It's 12:36 AM my time. I'll do one more run, and then I'll call it there. East facing Manor of the Dead. That's grim. 12 dead-end rooms, and I didn't even do the rooms on the left-hand side. Wow. New rooms, what do we get? We got the solarium, the sauna, the vault, and the ballroom. I'll do one more. Because it's getting reasonably late now, but I don't have work tomorrow or for the next couple of days, and I'd like to kick the weekend off. I don't know how to finish that sentence, so I won't. Alright. Sauna and the Apple Orchid gives us 90 steps. We have an allowance of 5 now, which is fantastic. Which means there's no reason for me not to go out here and take a look around. Haven't done this yet. Trading post, an outpost established on the outskirts of Mount Holly in the era before the New Realms. This station allowed frontiersmen and trappers of these mountains to trade goods and services with the estate, the locals, and one another. It would have been more convincing if I tried that accent much earlier in that speech. But whatever. Okay, we have another one of those. Dynamite? A little too dangerous to pick up, you don't say. Okay, we have dynamite there, but we can't pick it up. Maybe that's how we get into the antechamber. Let me try solving this. So we want to turn them yellow. Why is pushing that one there? It's like it's moving it up. I see this grey tile is moving in like a circular, clockwise fashion around this one. That seems reasonably consistent, that we push a yellow one and it moves upwards. Don't know what to make of that. That's almost like a reset. Okay. We can swap those two around without I see that. Yeah, okay, I think I see how to do this. But I'm not sure now, though, is how to get this one yellow again. All of those seem like a hard reset. Like if I hit one of these when it's not yellow, it is resetting to this configuration. So that's something. If I do that... No, that doesn't work. That does, though. More allowance. Holy shit. Right, sir or madam, what do you have to... Okay, never mind, that doesn't work. Can I trade you this dynamite that I found? So I've gained nothing, but I have definitely gained an allowance increase of 2 coins, which brings me up to 7. 2 for the previous, 2 for this one, and 3 in experiments. Right, so the trading post is not a good starting item, I'll call it, simply because we have nothing to trade. It's not a good starting room. An angel, an angel, an angel. Where do I find an angel? There wasn't an angel on the fountain. And there's no angel over here. I've got to imagine that maybe it's got something to do with the chapel, but I would have to put it on the east side of the mansion, perhaps. That's my only thought here. Start with that. Let's do some math. Alright, 9. No, not that. 9. 17. Subtract 15 is 2. Multiply by 2 is 4. Alright, so where's my order of events, which looks like it's been written by a serial killer. Add, then subtract, then multiply, then divide. So 13, subtract 3 is 10. Multiply 50. Divide 5. 10. Subtract 2 is 8. Multiplied by 1 is 8. Multiplied by that is 80. Divided by 8 is 10. Fuck. The keys are like right next to each other, chat. Oh my god. This is so hard to control with an analog stick. I promise I don't suck this much at math. Was it 8 or 10? Don't remember. 10 take 2 is 8. 80, yeah, it's 10. Nice. We will go for the Nook. All I really want right now is the... Well, first I want the office. It's been about 8 hours and I haven't seen the office. And it's upsetting me. I want the office, damn it. Huge. Alright, so I've got some money, but I think I'm about to lose it all. Unless I do that now and then go back and then come back here, I'll do that. I do question whether we can get outside using an angel, perhaps. Inside that room, but... Right now it's in the ideal location, but at the same time I don't think that's it. I think it's somewhere else. Didn't realize we can put that there, but okay. That is not a shovel, but that's pretty huge. I could potentially go outside and trade that now. Again, I don't think this stuff spawns unless we have the metal detector. Alright. Last time I'm doing this tonight, I promise. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. Okay, that's bullshit. That's false. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. Okay, that's bullshit. That's false. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. So that has to be true, correct? Am I missing anything? That has to be a false statement. That also has to be a false statement. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. If this is not it, then I'm a dumbass. I think that's the easiest one I've seen yet. Wow. Okay, what's next? Security. Boom. We have the key card. I may as well set that to high. If I find a breaker, I can disable power, but there's really no point. Let's go to the lab, start an experiment. I know I'm not going to succeed here, so there's no point with set your steps to 40. I'm going to do that. That's probably a terrible idea, but you know what? I don't care at this point. If this is a short run, it's fine because it is almost 1 AM. It's not a school night tomorrow, but I mean, I don't have to craft that now at least. I'll go out the pantry. And yet the metal detector does pick up those coins. Go figure. It turns out I've got no idea how this game works. But that's going to murder the run in the form of 35 steps, but it also increases my allowance. I'll pass for now. I hope I get another gem because I really want to find that fucking office. Nice. don't know if there can ever be anything up here like gems or coins or whatever have you. Alright. 7 stars. What have you got for me? Awesome. I just ate an apple. It's tempting. Let's go there. I've lost all my gems though, but I'm hoping you have some for sale. You do not. I'll take the shovel, thank you. I can go back for that. I haven't seen anything we can sledgehammer, so that's fine. Let's unlock that. Garage. Garage. Can I craft it? Of course not. Let's go with the bedroom. Look. We've got a key, or 2 keys actually. We have high security coming up, and I feel that the corridor can be used elsewhere. Excuse me. I don't have gems, so I can't go for that. I'll go for the storeroom. We get anything extra in here? Sadly not. Okay. So that's this side pretty much done. I think I will grab the sledgehammer. I'm not sold on the compass at all. And we've still got 68 steps, so I'm not too concerned about the salt shaker. That's worth going for, and I know it. I should be able to survive on the chapel side. Key, 2 gems, salt shaker. Alright, let's go back to the main hall. Anything nice in here? Found a worthless old shoe. No. I'm sure I can find a use for that. It's got a hole in it after all. Get your bind out of the gutter, chat. You are the worst. Right, that was actually fairly productive. Right, mail room. I'm still a long way off figuring out what to do with the broken lever, so I think I will craft the code check. And I may come back to this if I have enough steps. Just to put the sledgehammer or something else down. Sucker2604, I've still not found the office. I've been looking for it for 2 days now. It's been 84 years, I mean 2 days, and I just cannot find the bloody thing. Okay. don't really see an angel in here though. If I find a room with an angel, then that's the first thing I need to check, but cloister access. Just gonna bring up the screenshot again. Give me a sec. Where are you? Not that. God, that Christmas photo. I'm so fucking mad about that. While face to face with the angel. I don't think I've seen an angel yet. The base of the two pillars on either side of you. I don't think this is it. I see two red envelopes now. What do we have here? Is that any use? Not right now. Nice. I have all the keys and I have the key card, so I can just keep the run going. I can unlock pretty much any door. Shaky Cloister is a little room name that you've drawn before. You are correct. I have not drawn it before, but I'm aware of it. I've got to admit, when I hear the word cloister, I think of an open space. Like, if I go outside, ow. If I go here and look out the windows to the right, if I get a room which doesn't kill me, dining room, that will do. I thought of cloister as like an area out here. Like that thing, for example. So I've definitely seen in my notes that there is a room here called a cloister because that was written in the drafting guide in the library. That what you should do is you should craft a terrace and then you should craft a cloister. Yeah, that was a spoiler, dude. Nah, it's all good. That one I would have figured out. At the moment I drafted a cloister, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's how you access it. Well, there's an angel in the cloister, but I've not seen the cloister yet, so we don't know about that. That door's not going to be locked. Corridor. And I've just walked in here and I'm going to turn around now, just in case we can craft said cloister directly ahead of us. But that needs 3 gems. Holy fucking Loglia! Oh my word. It has been, I don't know how long. Skunker, you did see it a while ago? Yeah, I did definitely see it, but I couldn't craft it. Oh my word, a miracle has occurred. Right, am I going to get trolled here? Don't know the combination for this. So having been in the library, we haven't seen these. Hang on. How many coins did I just pick up? How many coins did I just pick up? Rewinding my stream, 1 sec. No. March of the count makes me think March 03 and then count how much money we just got. There's that note again. So we need to repair that thing. and then bring it to the greenhouse. That much I know. March of the count, that's got to be clues open to safe. It has to be, but I don't know what the counts may be. Okay. What the bloody hell's in here and why is it so important? I mean, it won't be important. It'll just be something that I'll look at, shrug my shoulders, and rage quit on. This is not looking good. November the 1st, 1993, subject next week. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definitive plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Anne Babbage. And you are a... I nearly said a bad word there, chat. DC Power, October 8th, 1993. Gabe. Yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you're out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off blue, green, white, red, purple. Thanks for the due diligence on this project, HS Sinclair. Okay, that's huge. That is huge. I've been able to figure out white. So we need to make the fourth one white and then figure out how to do the rest, which is probably going to take a while, but that's progress right there. What does it do exactly? No fucking clue, but that's going to come in handy. Sorry, burping. Just making a note of that. Alright, what else? Just making sure I'm not showing the wrong scene. I really need a third monitor, chat. One day if I get myself a bracket or something. MC, who's MC, changes to the estate. October 7th, 1993. Dear Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGuire, McKinley, and McDougall. I've just realised that Herbert S. Sinclair and Herbie might be the same person. I refuse to believe that though. So that means that maybe Herbie, the guy in the bunk room, was Herbert S. Sinclair, but that means that the brother would not be Simon. That is us. Maybe it's a different Simon. Okay. DC power. Day 6.5. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired functionality, let us know, and we will fix it in our regular service visit next week. Gabe, DC Power Inc. We know that. Okay, so we have a combination. I need to make the breaker box, find a dead end, make it. And then we need to set those colors if possible. The next thing I want to do, apart from what I just mentioned, is I would like to get the magnifying glass into the mail room. So there's 2 things I can check out in there. March of the Cows. I entered here with 6 coins. I have 8. Let me rewind my stream again. I want to take another look. No, I entered there with 1. There were 2 in the corner, and I picked up 5 off the desk. So Maybe 0305. 0503. 35. 3005. March of the Cows. I need to give that one some thought. I may as well spread gold throughout the estates, but I don't think we'll... Actually, no, let me hold off just in case we get a conference room next door. 8 keys. That's unfortunate. I will do it though. I'll go back for the corridor and hope that we get a breaker box. I forgot about the red rooms. We lose a lot of steps for doing that, which is unfortunate because we've got a long run going in. We've got a long run about to go. Yeah, let's go for that. I think we have a book in the library, but I don't want to read it just yet. Alright. Okay, oh god. I have to enter the dark room and come back here. Fucking hell. Alright. Let me do that first. I've got to blow the fuse, chat. What is that? That's the elevator. That is not a permanence, but that's something. I don't know what, and I'm now regretting the amount of steps that I've burned. What? Now it's not turning off? Oh, fuck's sake, game. Okay, I've got to go back now. Fuck. All of that was very bad. I'm upset by that. Every time I've done this, the fuse is blown when I've come back in. Nah, the run can't end here. Straight or right, please. You've got no idea how angry I am right now, chat. Okay. The run's done. God damn it. Red room in here. Haven't seen the showroom yet. I'll do that. It's in that or the library and do some reading, but honestly I've had enough for tonight. Let's do that. We lose 5 steps, but we gain allowance, so I'm not mad about that at least. March of the Counts, what the hell is that? March makes you think, you know, March, 3rd month. 03. That sucked though, we had so many keys. And I've got the key card, and it's set to high security, which means we can just blast through this. And we've lowered the elevator in the foundation, which possibly is permanent. So next time we get to the foundation, which will not be tonight, that elevator is probably lowered, and that probably stays in place. All right, let me try and figure this out. We are looking for this combination here. Off blue, green, white, red, purple. So I think the first goal is to get the white in position 4. This is the opposite of what I want to do, but it's fine. Okay. What did I do from here? There we go. So white needs to be there. Need to switch this one off. Blue goes there. That needs to be green. Mouth is open. The gemstone cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gems. Don't spoil it, but I do question if those are the only permanent additions we can guess, because if so, I feel woefully inadequate in that I've unlocked all this stuff and it's like the game's like, yep, this is everything. But I know there's a lot more to the game after this. I know that much at least. But I do wonder if these are the only permanent unlocks. I hope not. So to end today, what I'll probably do is go back outside, check out the gemstone cavern. I'll swing past the trading post. Ow. And yeah, I'm in no condition to get to room 46 yet, until I've crafted the workshop a couple of times and seen all the items that I can get. So I would like to replace the item in the code check. The question is, with what? Don't know just yet. I don't know what this stuff does. Lucky Rabbit's Foot, no idea. Silver Key, I don't remember. Trade a sledgehammer and the shovel for a compass, which doesn't seem like a great deal. That seems important, but I don't know why yet. Can I pick this up? Of course not. What do I want to put in the code check? I get that the broken lever is absolutely essential to getting into room 46. But I can tell that I'm not going to get there anytime soon, so... I might put the sledgehammer in here. That's 6 and that's 8. I think that might be 10 or 8, I don't remember. But I tend to find the metal detector more than the sledgehammer, so I think I'll put that in there. Once again, probably making terrible decisions here, but... no, that's just me. How's my allowance looking? 9 allowance, that's massive. So he starts with 9 coins and 2 gems every day now. I've got to admit, I did not think that would open up anytime soon. Fuck me. Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls. So I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here. So Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully he can smooth it over. Now, there is still 1 more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. And not really following that, but okay. The reservoir was mentioned, and we've seen mention of that in the pump room. These kind of look like Fisher-Price gems. A little framey there, game. Oh god. Yeah, game's suffering. Okay. I'm not done yet. What the hell is this going to do? I see that little birdie. No notification on what that is. I think I've got 1 step remaining. I'm not going to check it out tonight. Yep, we'll get there with 1 step remaining. I'll click it, we'll go somewhere new and then immediately die. I was thinking maybe that would open. I think we'll have enough time to look at the new place on the bottom right and that'll be it. Going down. The mines. The precipice. I'll check that out next time. Respectable little villa. So, these 4 gas lines, where were they? One was as a result of unlocking the Apple Orchard, which is permanent. One was the Gemstone Cavern, which was a permanent, and I believe the other 2 were inside the outer room. One was the schoolhouse. I don't remember about the other one. 1 new room. What was that? I don't know what the new room might have been, apart from the area where we just were. Unless maybe it counts the utility closet as, you know, something extra. No, the trading post is a new room. I'm a moron. Alright, I am going to call it there. I'm running out of energy. I need to have a shower. I need to put some clothes on and then go to bed. Big thank you to anyone who's actually hanging out here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being you, and thank you for keeping me company. I sincerely appreciate it as always. I'm going to also for out this in just a moment. But I mean, look at this. We're now starting with 2 gems and 9 coins. Huge. And I'll just check very quickly to make sure that this has not gone walkabout. Because if it has, then I'm going to play some Minecraft. No, it's still there. So this elevator, which leads down to the precipice, appears to spawn up here every morning. But yeah, we need to open that up using the, what was it? It was the Apple Orchard, Gemstone Cavern. I believe the other one was in the hovel. So the schoolhouse and the hovel have the gas lines which open this up. The hovel housed the groundskeeper who has left, and the schoolhouse housed children. So I'm thinking things like, well, those rooms are connected to the past, and maybe that's why that's opened up. I don't know. Alright, I'm going to bail. Tomorrow, I'll be playing some Hitman tomorrow. Don't exactly know when I'll start, but we'll play some Freelancer and hopefully have a good time. I'll probably not play more of this tomorrow night, because I'll need a break and I'll need to actually start looking at my notes and trying to make sense of it. I'll probably play this again on Saturday night, so not tomorrow, but the night after. I'll play this again and we'll see how far I don't guess. For now though, as always, thank you for watching everyone. Have a great day, great night, or whatever it happens to be in your particular part of the world right now. And I should be back online tomorrow with some Hitman and some more blueprints on the weekend. I'll see you then.